I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to our December 8th, 2020 Garrett County Public School Board meeting. We are doing the meeting virtually tonight as the pandemic has put us and the school system in a position that we feel that it is in best interest of everyone to stay separated in their homes. And so therefore we will be doing everything virtually from our homes this evening. At this time, I'd like to take roll of our board members. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, all board members will be attending from home. So if you would please indicate that you are present when your name is called. Rodney Gladfelty?
Present.
Matthew Paul?
Here.
Monica Rinker? Monica, I think you're muted.
Present.
Present. Charlotte Seabold?
Present.
Karen DeVore?
Present.
Barb Baker?
Present.
Brandon Hoover?
Present.
And Jared Miller, our student member.
Present.
Thank you. Our first order of business will be to take a moment of silence from where you are. And at the end of that moment of silence, if you would stand where you are for our student members pledge to the flag. So join with me in a moment of silence. I would also like to remind everyone that we did lose a teacher, a Garrett County teacher from years past. Over the past week, Mr. Joe Heatherman, who was a driver education and wrestling coach at Southern High School for many, many years. Certainly a friend of mine that I taught with for 30 years and his family. So I would certainly remind you to remember his family in your moment of silence, as he was an outstanding teacher and coach for Garrett County Schools. So thank you. Now, if you would rise from where you are, our student member will lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one
one
nation,
under God,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Jared.
Certainly.
First order of business is to approve the agenda. Do I have a motion to do so?
Motion to approve agenda.
Motion to approve by Matthew Paul. Second.
Second.
Seconded by Monica Rinker. Discussion? All those in favor of the agenda indicate by indicating aye.
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 Opposed, nay. And the agenda then is approved. There is a consent agenda to approve. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved by Rodney Gladfelty, seconded by Matthew Paul to approve the consent agenda. Discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor of the consent agenda indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. And the consent agenda is approved. You have the November minutes. I'll give you a second to look those over to see if there were any corrections or additions that perhaps you found before tonight's meeting that we can amend.
I had one on there, Tom.
Okay, Matthew.
This would be under the, it's the 6B, I think, as the comprehensive maintenance plan. Just clarifying the instructions for the motion under after Monica's requested revisions, and then that's fine. It should read this after that. I went back to just make sure what we did, but Rodney Gladfelty made a motion to amend the 2020 comprehensive maintenance plan with the recommended revisions, and then Matthew Paul seconded the motion, and then the motion to amend, have a vote on that, and then a vote on the motion to approve as amended. I sent that language all to Karen, so she has it.
Yeah, I thought I saw a copy of that. Thank you, Matthew. Any other corrections or additions to the November 10th minutes? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to accept to the minutes as amended.
So moved.
So moved by Charlotte. Sebo, a second.
Second.
Second by Matthew Paul. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendments to the November minutes indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. And the November minutes as amended are accepted. The next item on our agenda is closed session summaries by the superintendent.
Thank you. The Board of Education met in executive session on Tuesday, November 10th, 2020 at 4:03 p.m. under Authority 3-305 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland to discuss the following items: review of executive session minutes, personnel topics pursuant to 3-305B1, negotiation topics pursuant to 3-305B9, legal topic pursuant to 3-305B7, and administrative function topics. Monica Rinker made a motion to move to executive session, and Matthew Paw seconded the motion. Thereafter, the board unanimously voted to close the session with a yay vote from Rodney Glotfelty, Monica Rinker, Matthew Paw, and Charlotte Siebold. The topics discussed in the closed session included the following: executive session minutes, October 13th, 2020. The board discussed revisions to the minutes. Matthew Paw made a motion to accept the amended minutes, and Charlotte Siebold seconded the motion. Final resolution, motion carries. Yay, Monica Rinker, Rodney Glotfelty, Charlotte Siebold, Matthew Paw. October 16th, 2020 executive session minutes. Matthew Paw made a motion to accept the amended minutes, and Charlotte Siebold seconded the motion. Final resolution, motion carries. Yay, Monica Rinker, Rodney Glotfelty, Charlotte Siebold, Matthew Paw. Personnel update, non-certificated staffing. Dr. Wilderson provided the board with a list of recently hired non-certificated staffing. This update consisted of informational items, and the board did not take action on this matter. Title change. Dr. Wilderson discussed a title change request. The board voted on this matter under the consent agenda in the public session. Superintendent evaluation. The board discussed and completed the superintendent evaluation. The board did not take any action on this topic. Negotiations. 2020-2021 GCBO negotiation team action. Dr. Jane Wilderson, Director of Finance, presented the recommended composition of the 2020-2021 Garrett County Board of Education negotiation teams for the board for approval. Rodney Glotfelty made a motion to accept the proposed composition of the negotiation teams. Matthew Paw seconded the motion. The board unanimously approved the motion with yay vote from Monica Rinker, Charlotte Siebold, Rodney Glotfelty, and Matthew Paw. Legal. Vaping lawsuit action. Mr. Brandon Hoover, board attorney, stated the board has been asked to participate in a class action lawsuit against Juul Labs, Inc. Mr. Hoover stated the board would not incur any cost to participate in the lawsuit, but administration would be asked to provide information. Rodney Glotfelty made a motion to participate in the lawsuit, and Matthew Paw seconded the motion. The motion passed in a 3-2 vote. Yay from Rodney Glotfelty, Matthew Paw, and Tom Woods. Nay, Monica Rinker, Charlotte Siebold. Administrative function. The board discussed various administration function topics. The board considered these topics but did not take any action on these items. Recess and adjournment. The board recessed the executive session at 6:21 p.m. The board returned to executive session at 8:50 p.m. to continue discussing a personnel topic. Matthew Paw made a motion to adjourn the executive session, and Monica Rinker seconded the motion. The board adjourned the executive session at 9:32 p.m. Mr. Tom Woods, board president, Mrs. Monica Rinker, board vice president, and board members, Mrs. Charlotte Siebold, Mr. Rodney Glotfelty, and Dr. Matthew Paw were in attendance. Also in attendance for part of the meeting were Mrs. Barbara Baker, superintendent, Mr. Brandon Hoover, board attorney, Mrs. Karen DeVore, executive director of curriculum, instruction, and administration, Dr. Jane Wilderson, director of human resources, and Ms. Karen Brewer, executive assistant to the superintendent.
You have any announcements you'd like to, are there any announcements, Superintendent Baker?
Yes, I do have a couple of announcements. Hold on. You scrolled too far. December 11th, which is this Friday, was originally scheduled for a staff development day and early dismissal. Since we're in a fully virtual model, we will follow the regular schedule that day. There will not be staff development in the afternoon, so any regular activities this Friday will continue as usual. December 15th were progress reports for the second term. December 23rd will be a 3-hour early dismissal for Christmas break. December 24th through January 1st will be the winter break, all schools closed and central office. And January 4th, schools will reopen for back to learning on January 4th.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent Baker. Before I go to public comment, I'd like to use presidential privilege to say that tonight is the final meeting that Ms. Charlotte Seabolt will be attending. She'll be ending 28 years of service to the students and the parents and the community of Garrett County. And we wanted to have a big celebration tonight, Charlotte, to do some wonderful things for you, but because we're all virtually apart, that would be very difficult to do. So I've asked Charlotte to come back at a later meeting in the spring, hopefully, when we can have people in attendance, and we can certainly do a much better thank you for you. But on behalf of the school board and the hundreds of teachers and thousands of students that you've had a role in their education, we thank you very, very much. You've been a godsend for Garrett County. It's been a privilege of mine to work with you for the last 3 years on the board. I've learned an awful lot about things that have happened in the past, both good and bad, but we've learned from many of those things. So Charlotte, on behalf of the board, thank you so very much for 28 years of service. Everybody in Garrett County appreciates it.
Thank you very much. It's been my privilege to be on the board. So thank you.
With that being said, we'll move to public comment. There is only one public comment tonight, and that comes from Ashley Myers. We ask that comments are limited to a maximum time of 3 minutes per individual unless otherwise considered by the board president. There will be no discussion or action taken at the meeting, but may be considered at a future meeting. Issues that are specific to individual employees should be referred to the immediate supervisor for appropriate consideration and review. Rude, slanderous, or threatening remarks or other behavior that is disruptive or interferes with the order of the meeting will not be permitted. Again, we have one comment, and it's from Ashley Myers. I have legitimate concerns for struggling learners not performing well in the virtual environment. Can we please consider adaptations so students have the option to come back into the classroom ASAP? As a teacher, I can't help but feel that I am failing my struggling learners. I want to do what is best for them, but I feel powerless to do so. We are losing precious time that we can never get back. Please, we need to act now to come up with a solution for our most vulnerable population. Thank you for your consideration. Ashley, thank you for your public comment. We do appreciate the words that you have given to us. The first item on our business now is GBAA Sexual Harassment Policy and Procedures, which will be presented by Dr. Wilderson.
Good evening. And Mrs. Seabolt, thank you very much for your service for Garrett County Public Schools. This evening, I'll be proposing some revisions to the Garrett County Policy Procedure GBAA that includes the new Title IX regulations to include sexual harassment. The proposed changes have been approved by PK Law to ensure that these changes comply with all of the requirements in response to the United States Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights. The new Title IX regulations require educational institutions that receive federal funds to create and publish a policy to include grievance procedures, to provide for a prompt and equitable resolution to student and employee complaints regarding sexual discrimination that includes sexual harassment. Overall, the proposed changes include a number of specific steps in the grievance process, important new definitions, and new standards governing the complaint and resolution process. Those proposed Title IX regulations apply to both students and staff throughout the school system. If you would please refer to the GBAA policy that's being proposed. In the beginning, there's a general policy statement that presents the philosophy of Garrett County Board of Education of prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sex in educational process, programs, activities, and employment. On page 2, there are a list of 8 definitions. Are there any questions that any of the board members have for this policy? Okay, hearing none.
I had one, I'm sorry. It talks about now we've changed to 2 coordinators rather than just 1.
Right.
But when we talk about coordinator in the information, the S, there is no S. So it still refers to like 1. If you'll check through, as I was reading through it, it referred to them as still as coordinator in some places, which I think it should be coordinators because now we have 2, right?
That is correct. There's a Title IX coordinator for students, which will be Dr. Laver or a designee in that role. And then there is a coordinator for staff, which at this time will be me. So you are correct. I will look to make sure that it does refer to coordinators throughout the policy.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Anything else for that policy?
I have one more question.
Sure.
The legal notations at the top, would those stay the same, or this is because there were changes, right?
That's right. So those educational articles will stay the same.
Okay, there were no new ones added.
No.
Okay.
Okay. If we can now move to GBAA procedures, this is pretty hefty. This is a 14-page document that does include, as I said, that grievance process. If you look at page 3, which starts the red, the identification of the Title IX coordinators, that's where it does identify the person or the designee in that role. On the next page, it does include the reporting procedures that specify that when an allegation is made, that the report has to be done in a timely fashion to maintain the credible evidence within the case. Are there any questions on those 2 parts so far?
What constitutes a timely manner, Dr. Wilson? Do we have that defined anywhere?
Yeah, the timely manner,
Is it a week, a month, a year, 2 years?
actually, it's not recorded as a date unless it's through the grievance process. It just says a delay in reporting may result in loss of evidence. So it doesn't specify what that timely manner is.
Well, it does say should.
I guess Dr. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess Dr. Wilson, the question that Jared brings up is certainly a valid question. Should there be a specified amount of time that we construe to be timely?
Yeah. I mean, that was not identified through PK law, but that's something that I can certainly investigate. And I can share that information with you, and we can bring it back to the January 12th board meeting, since it will be, that's where it'll be for approval. Does that
Yeah, this is just for first read.
Yes.
Mr. Gladfelter, you have a question?
I'm not sure it's a big issue because it says they should promptly report, doesn't say that they must. And so, and then the consequences of not promptly reporting is it could jeopardize the investigation.
Right.
But it doesn't require reporting. I mean, you probably report something 2 years if you had good evidence, or 3 years after it happened. I don't know if that answers Jared's question or not.
It just seemed a little open-ended. If we're going to put a time requirement or a time suggestion that may somehow impact the credibility of your evidence, I think that it might be appropriate to, if it's within the jurisdiction of the board, to say what we consider to be timely.
Yeah, but
Mr. Hoover, do you have any recommendation, or what are your thoughts on that?
I think in the world that we live in today, I don't see a lot of reason to put a time limit for bringing a complaint. These are complicated things, and sometimes it might take someone quite a while to come forward. And I don't think putting an arbitrary timeline on when something comes forward would be beneficial.
Generally, I'd agree. That's just why I was curious on why anything was in there with that kind of language.
Yeah, I would suggest that based on our attorney's belief that we should leave it as it's stated, we'd probably be better off to leave it as it's stated.
One thing I do want to stress, though, further in this procedure, you're going to see under J, recording of record keeping, that Garrett County has to maintain a period of 7 years records for any of the allegations that have been made. So, so that is identified there. But moving on, there are general response to the reports of sexual harassments that have been identified on page 4 and page 5. Are there any questions on those provisions?
Yes, I think Mrs. DeVore has a question.
Mrs. DeVore?
I question whether the names should be included in the policy and procedure, or just the title of the person.
Yeah, we did talk about that as a committee, and then it can either be name or, however, based on the attorney's advice, it is better to make sure you identify the person so that it's easier for the person to file the report and knows exactly who to contact.
Thank you.
Mr. Gladfeld, did you have a question?
Nope.
Okay, moving through, the next section, it does talk about the Title IX coordinator's response to reporting sexual discrimination of sexual harassment. Are there any questions on that? Moving through on page 6, this is where there is an addition of the formal grievance process, talks about the equity treatment, the evaluation of all relevant evidence, and all the persons serving as the Title IX coordinators, investigators, decision makers, and informal resolution facilitation will receive training to ensure fair and unbiased process occurs. Are there any questions with that? Okay, moving on, page 8. It does talk about the dismissal of a formal complaint. And that, of course, is a process that must go through if it is found that the investigator would dismiss a formal complaint if the conduct alleged would not constitute sexual harassment as defined in the sections. Any questions with that? Okay, moving on to page 9. It does include under E, investigation of the formal complaint. So there's a process for the investigation. It does outline as the definition of prompt in that investigation, that interviews should be conducted within 5 business days of receiving the respondent's written response. Are there any other questions on that? Moving on to page 11, it does talk about the informal resolution or the mediation process. That process does ensure that there are conflict resolutions with both parties, and that is when it's appropriate. That is a voluntary written consent to go through that process. Yes, Mrs. Rinker?
Okay. On H of that, determination regarding responsibility.
Uh-huh.
My question is on the second sentence in that paragraph. The decision maker for complaints against staff is a superintendent or designee. Who would the designee be?
Okay, so I liken this to, it depends on if it's the student, it's the principal, okay?
Mhm.
And then the principal would make the recommendation to the superintendent, or if she designates it to be the director or of that level, or Mrs. DeVore, she would have that right. One thing is that the person who is investigating cannot be the same person that's the decision maker in both of these cases. Okay.
Okay.
It's an employee. Again, I would think that I would make the recommendation to the superintendent. Then if the superintendent would make the decision, and then if it goes through an appeal process, then it would be taken to the board.
Mhm. Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Okay, moving on, page 12. Continuing with the determination regarding the responsibilities. There's a statement of a recommendation for disciplinary sanctions to restore the practices. This section outlines the appeal process for the decision maker underneath 6. Are there any questions with those points? Okay. On page 13I, this section talks about the appeal process. Request to appeal the decision must be made within 10 days of that decision. And as I was referring to earlier, the record keeping, that means that records must be kept for 7 years. All the materials used in the training for the Title IX coordinators, investigators, decision makers must be publicized on the Garrett County Board of Education's website. And then the last section talks about retaliation, that the Garrett County Board of Education and Garrett County Public Schools prohibit any level of retaliation if an accusation or a report is filed. So those are the proposed changes to policy and procedure GBAA.
Once again, those are first reads for the board. So we will take those up on the January 12th meeting for action. So if you have any questions or concerns, you might want to send those directly to Dr. Wilson before our next board meeting so that we can have those incorporated.
Aside from the revisions to the policy and procedure GBAA, GCPS must take the following steps to comply with the new Title IX regulations. We must adopt a non-discrimination statement. Please look at the non-discrimination statement that was presented to you. This statement must be publicized on Garrett County Board of Education's website so individuals know exactly who to contact if he or she feels they are a victim of discrimination, which includes sexual harassment. Are there any questions on this statement? In addition, Garrett County Public Schools must publicize the contact information for Title IX coordinators and all other training materials on our website. The training will be done after the board approves this at the January 12th meeting. At the following A&S meeting, we will provide the training for all of the parties. Okay.
Any questions about either topic that's been brought up by Dr. Wilderson before we thank her for her evening? Yes, Mr. Gladfeldy.
Yeah, the online training, or the training you referred to, is that online? Will they get a training module that they'll have to complete and get tests and that type thing?
Well, it's actually, there's not a test. There's not a test, but we do have a pretty lengthy process that we go through. It's actually, again, approved and supported by PK Law. They went through and vetted it. It is actually something that's consistent with all other jurisdictions across the state of Maryland.
But it's online training.
It will be a virtual training. Yes, we actually have it that we could use Safe Schools if we need to use that platform.
Okay.
Other questions? Dr. Wilson, thank you for presenting that, and thank you for being with us this evening.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda will be the recovery plan and learning model update. This is an action item in part tonight, and we'll discuss what part is action later this evening. But I'll ask our superintendent to make the presentation along with Mrs. DeVore, and I think there are a number of central office staff members who are going to be a part of this presentation. And we're putting it up on the screen so that everyone watching can see the presentation as we go through it. So I'm sure this is something that many people are interested in. And we have, I think, a very well done document to present to everyone. So with that, Superintendent, it's all yours.
All right, thank you, Mr. Woods. The instructional team comprised not every member of the instructional team, but Mrs. DeVore and her team will be chiming in, but Mrs. DeVore will do the majority of the presentation because we really have been looking for lessons learned. When we returned to fully virtual, we wanted to use the time to find ways that we could enhance our hybrid model. And of course, the logistics are very important, but we really wanted this presentation to focus instructionally on some improvements or benefits or changes moving forward. Mrs. DeVore will say many times this will be out for feedback. We plan to get feedback from all of our, from our teachers, our support staff, our central office staff, before we come to the board with any formal recommendations. So anyone that is watching right now, these, you'll see it at the top, these are all proposed ideas. And as we move through the presentation, Mrs. DeVore, I hope that everyone will keep in mind that we will seek feedback on each part of this presentation. So if it's all right with you, Mr. Woods, I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. DeVore and her team.
By all means, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Baker. And I want to say to you, Mrs. Siebold, when you sat in on your first board meeting 28 years ago, you could have never imagined having your last board meeting in this format. But having said that, none of us could have imagined that, even us short timers. So thank you also for your service. So we did put quite a lot of thought, effort, and time into preparing this presentation. I want to thank Mr. Edwards, Dr. Miller, and Dr. Mangus for their input, specifically Dr. Miller and Dr. Mangus, who spent an exorbitant amount of time looking at all of the options and trying to make sure we hit all the important points going forward. As Mrs. Baker said, this is a proposal. We have already brainstormed among our administrative team with principals, and principals have sought some feedback from their teachers. So we have had a lot of input into this presentation. Conversations have started with the teachers union as well. And we need to, moving forward, include additional stakeholders. And we hope to be able to do this in the next 2 to 4 weeks. The objective of our presentation this evening is to consider the steps that we need to systematically and safely move our system into a full return to in-person learning. And again, I'm going to emphasize, and as Mrs. Baker said I would throughout this presentation, there has been no decision made yet. We will discuss long-term and short-term timelines. We'll look at the metrics at both the county level and the Garrett County Public School staff level. We will identify challenges to our current yellow model, propose considerations for enhancing the yellow model, and hopefully propose some considerations for establishing and standing up a blue model. So in doing so, we want to, we put in this long-term timeline because we want to establish that this recovery, we want to acknowledge that this recovery is going to take several years. We anticipate it to do so. Tonight's presentation will focus mainly on the 2021 school year, but we want to acknowledge that we've got to have a robust program going into the summer for recovery. We've got to consider that we're still going to be in the recovery mode next school year, the following school year, and certainly going forward. So this is going to be a long-term recovery. In looking at the short-term recovery, the short-term timeline, we are in the red model right now. And we are proposing that we stay in red through January 26th, which would be the end of the first semester. We want to look at going into an enhanced yellow/blue model for the second semester starting on January 27th. And again, all of this is going to be contingent on county metrics. And we're very loose in our description of the county metrics. We say at going into the yellow model at 5%, what we're referring to there is the positivity rate, so that we would hit 5% or less over a 7-day period for 2 consecutive weeks, and having our Garrett County Public Schools staff be able to sustain instruction based on the isolation and quarantine status of the staff. If you remember, when we moved to red very abruptly at our last meeting, it was due to the isolation and quarantine status of our staff at the time. So that is something that we have to look at in conjunction with the overall county metrics. Then we would look at, ideally, and again, we don't know what the metrics are going to do, but we wanted to put something on the timeline to have a target to shoot for. So we would be looking at moving, our next move would hopefully be to a green model, and we would love to see that happen at the beginning of the 4th quarter. Again, the metrics there we would be looking at would be 2% positivity rate over a 7-day period. I'm used to saying 7-period day over a 7-day period in 2 consecutive weeks. And again, taking into consideration the isolation and quarantine status of our staff. And here we talk a little bit about, we just kind of show you another graphic of the metrics. We're proposing that we have specific metrics. By no means do we think that this is it, tried and true right here on this screen. But what we're trying to show is that we want to have a continuum that we will be following, and the continuum will be based solely on the metrics. Mr. Glotfeldy, we had spoken earlier. Is there anything that you would like to add at this point as we're talking about the metrics?
Oh, there's a couple things. When you talk about positivity rates, you talk about a average positivity rate over a 7-day period. And so that can, any given day, that can change. So you're looking at a 7-day positivity rate, average positivity rate, and then we want to look at that for 2 weeks. The other indicator we want to look at probably is the cases per 100,000. Right now, Garrett County is at something like 17.7% positivity rate, 7-day positivity rate, and I think the cases per 100,000 are nearly 122 cases per 100,000. And most of the research I've been looking into says, and the recommendations I look at says, you know, when you get over, certainly over something like 30 or 15, once you get over 15 per 100,000, it becomes more likely that you'll have transmission within the school system. So I think we want to add that actually come up with some metrics that people can look at and actually look at what department publishes on every other day, and actually the public how those rates are going to. So I think we really need to watch those. But I would certainly recommend including the cases per 100,000.
Thank you. I was really relieved to know that I was going to have your expertise on there.
Any other comments with regard from those two items, the positivity rate and the 100,000 case rate from any other board members? Does anybody have any feelings one way or the other? Okay, great. Yeah, I think it's a great idea that we incorporate both of those as the metrics that we're using. Thank you, Rodney.
Sure.
Also, to go to green, we have to see the regulation change to less than 6 feet. That would be another consideration. The other thing that this graphic shows us is that, as you'll see in red, there's no blue model because everybody's virtual. But once we move to yellow and green, there is a blue model. So speaking of the yellow model, we looked at the challenges and opportunities that our current yellow model has and has provided based on the ongoing feedback, which we have received from all of our different stakeholder groups. The challenges being that the greatest challenge is that our current yellow model has, I'm sorry, I lost my place here in my notes. The greatest challenge, of course, is that we're not currently meeting the state requirements, which is 3.5 hours of synchronous learning that goes into effect January 1st. We're doing really well with the model that we're doing, but starting January 1st, we are required by the state to provide 3.5 hours of synchronous learning on an average per day. So there's concern about the length of time that it took to phase all of the grades into our current model, and the students only were spending 2 half days with a teacher. So this also challenged parents when it came to daycare, with only having students in the building 2 half days. In our current model, students have 5 days between in-person sessions, and some teachers are planning for 4 different cohorts in as many as 4 or 5 different subjects. Our attendance and grading protocols have had to be lenient because we've had to accommodate different scenarios, and it's been challenging for struggling learners, which our writer or our commenter mentioned in the letter that Mr. Woods wrote or read earlier. And we've had limited resource opportunities for elementary students, and band and chorus have not existed in this model due to the limited resource time that we've had available at elementary. So in looking at considerations to enhance our yellow model, as previously mentioned, we have to increase our synchronous time by January 1st. Other things that we'd like to consider are more time with teachers, moving to full days, phasing out the asynchronous Wednesdays when teachers are ready to make that move. We'd also like to consider attendance and grading expectations. We'd like to ratchet those up, bring them back closer to what we normally expect in those areas. We'd like to, when we move to yellow, we'd like to bring all grades in at once. And we would like to look at improving the resource schedule at the elementary level. We absolutely must consider our teachers in making this move. We have to look at their workloads, the developmental levels of the students with whom they're working, and their input, because they're the ones who've been living this up to now. So those are the considerations we'd like to consider in changing the yellow model. Now, what we're going to do next is profile 4 different options for consideration. I cannot emphasize enough that none has been chosen, nothing has been decided here. We will be asking for input over the next few weeks. And I do want to say that all of these options we are considering implementing with full days. So the first option is AB, AB, A. And what happens here is if the student it's a significant change from what we previously were doing. If a student is in the A cohort, on this week, he would go to school on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. On next week, he would go to school on Tuesday and Thursday. So the benefit to this, obviously, is that a student will see his teacher every other day. Whereas the model we're in now, there's a 5-day waiting period between cohorts. In this model, asynchronous Wednesdays would be phased into in-person instructional days. So that would be a big change. But the benefit of that is that we would be pulling the blue model out at the elementary level. So the elementary teachers in this model would not be planning for in-person and virtual for each lesson. They would have either or, one or the other. Now the blue model, it would be the hybrid model that we're currently under. It would continue at the secondary level. On option 2, similarly, the students would see their teacher more often. We would be changing the days of the cohort again. But these on option 2, the days would be locked in. So if my child were an A student and if he were in the A cohort, he would be coming on Monday and Thursday every week. And then on Wednesday would be a half-a-day synchronous lesson. The reason we are putting the half-a-day synchronous lesson in on that Wednesday is that we need that time to get the hours to meet the mandate. Again, see over here, they're hitting 3 days one week, 2 days the next week, but here they're hitting 2.5 days every week for synchronous.
Mrs. DeVore, can I chime in real quick?
Absolutely.
Just for the benefit of everyone watching, and a lot of the things that are being said here, there is a discrepancy between elementary and secondary education on a couple things here. One of them is the 3.5 hour per day synchronous learning really impacts the elementary school more than the secondary school. Just so everybody has a full picture of what we're talking about. And the reason for that is the things that MSDE put out as acceptable for synchronous time. The middle and high schools have afternoon remediation time built in. It's face-to-face, that can count. So it is a little different at the secondary level. That really is an elementary school issue, and not to cheapen that at all. It's certainly an issue we as a system have to deal with, but it does impact elementary in a much different way than it does middle and high. The other thing I would like to mention is, and I know that you've been briefed on this previously, the blue model, if you will, the fully virtual students and all of those things at the secondary level. Because of COMAR and the way things work, we decided a long time ago at the secondary level, we would do things simultaneously. It is working relatively well. In talking with my principals, they are giving me feedback that teachers are very comfortable with that. For the most part, I mean, obviously it's not an ideal situation, so you will find a few that aren't. The teachers that I have spoken to are comfortable with that model. And, I just want to make sure that you all are aware of that, because it is a little different than elementary school. But we're on the instructional side, we're all aware of those variables and talk about them every day, but maybe everyone else isn't. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that and that we were all on the same page as to why we were doing that and why there is a little bit of a difference there. Thanks, Mrs. DeVore, for the time.
Absolutely. Thanks for that clarification. The difference, a big difference being that the high school, the secondary, middle and high school are teaching in a hybrid model now, or they were when we were in our yellow model before. So they are getting synchronous hours when they're in front of the teacher and when they're at home online. And that teacher is teaching that one subject. Another huge difference between the secondary model and the elementary model is the number of preps that the teacher has to do. The secondary teacher is, for the most part, prepping for a grade, a subject, sometimes more than one. But the elementary teachers are prepping for, if elementary and one of the next models we profile is going to consider that as an option. But elementary teachers teaching in the hybrid model have preps then for 4 to 5 subjects and virtual and face-to-face. So a significant difference there between the grade levels. So option 3 is very similar. It's just kind of an adaptation of what we currently have in our yellow model, and that is AA, the Distance Learning Wednesday, and BB. But this is what I was just referring to, that in this model, the only way to continue this model would be to have hybrid teaching at both the elementary and the secondary. So that's what I just kind of outlined on that one. Then option 4 that we discussed and considered is just staying in red until the metrics say that we can go fully green. And a lot of people are going to look at the 4 models just laid out that we're presenting. This is just like a sampling of what we came up with, and they're going to go ABA, A fully green. Yeah, that's what I want, fully green. But I just want to reiterate and emphasize here that what we're saying here is to stay in red until the metrics allow for fully green. And remember that fully green is a positivity rate of 2% or below, and in conjunction with the staff availability rate and
15 per 100,000.
15 per 100,000.
Yes.
The benefit to this obviously would be that all students would receive in-person instruction 5 days a week. And again, we would need virtual only teachers at the elementary level, and the hybrid model would continue at the secondary level. So the blue model, go ahead.
I'm sorry, if you go back one slide, did you happen to touch on the pre-K and K feasibility? Did I miss that?
No, I did not, and I appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
Sorry, my phone died. So
Yeah, very, very relevant discussion that we absolutely, as an instructional team, want to look further. We want to explore the feasibility of bringing pre-K and K back into the school buildings 5 days a week. Again, metrics allowing. We're thinking that we could do this by spreading them out into different rooms. There's a multitude of different things we would have to look at, but we had significant conversation yesterday with the elementary principals, all of whom had discussions with their staff members. And the feeling is very strong everywhere that we would like to get pre-K and K back in 5 days a week, if at all possible. So we definitely want to explore that. Thank you, Dr. Miller. So now moving on to the blue model. Just as a reminder, the secondary blue model will continue as it is. The students are learning in a hybrid teaching model. A difference here moving forward in the blue model would be that we would ask families to choose, and that they can choose the virtual secondary model, but there would be an expectation of being online every day for that model. So we're in the process of developing a handbook. Our lead instructional team's working on a handbook for expectations of a blue model. And again, we have been somewhat lenient up to this point, but moving forward, we will be in a position of having to tighten things a little bit more on that. In some cases, the yellow model does directly impact, it depends directly on the implementation of a blue model. We need the blue in order to be able to do what we're proposing in the yellow. At the elementary level, it will offer a more robust instructional model, and we'll do that by providing dedicated virtual only teachers. And just as a reminder for everybody who may not be that familiar right now, what's happening for the most part, we do have a couple of elementary teachers piloting hybrid teaching, which means they're teaching both at the same time. But for the most part, our elementary teachers are teaching their face-to-face students in the morning and then turning around and teaching those lessons or some semblance of that lesson to their students online in the afternoon. And again, secondary will continue in the hybrid model as they're doing now. The hope being that we would increase their learning time by going to full days. So you might ask why virtual only teachers, and we give you some rationale there. We're looking at it at the elementary level because of the developmental needs of our young learners. And as I mentioned earlier, to decrease the number of cohorts for elementary teachers and maximize learning time. We're also looking at increasing learning time for all students by going to full days, and when possible, phasing out the asynchronous or the asynchronous Wednesdays. This also addresses the extreme amount of planning and preparation time that teachers have at the elementary level. As I mentioned earlier, 5 to 6 different subjects a day, having to you don't teach a very young child online the same way as you teach a very young child in person. So sometimes planning the same lesson for your in-person students and for your online students is almost as different as planning two completely different subjects. So that's something that ferreting out our blue model would benefit our teachers. And another real benefit to this is that it allows for a stronger instructional model. It's more fluid moving forward into the green model. Am I still sharing? Okay.
Yes, you're fine.
This is just a graphic to give you a general view of our historic data on the number of students choosing virtual only. And again, it's historic. It is a glimpse in time. We would have to look at it again when we got closer to actually implementing the program. But this could impact family decisions. We are going to, as I mentioned earlier, with the online student handbook, we are going to establish more rigid expectations for our blue model. That might have some influence on parent decisions, whether to stay online or move back to in person. For example, what I mentioned earlier about having to be online during the time of the lesson and not only participating by recorded lesson in the evenings or the weekends, because the option would be to come back. The option would be available for in-person learning at that point.
Mrs. DeVore.
Yes.
In the blue model, using whatever date that we would begin this, is the expectation one in which if a student decides to go to a blue model, that is an expectation that will finish out the school year, they'll remain in the blue model? Does that have anything to do with the present teachers that they might be being taught by?
Well, that's another one of my notes here. That may influence parents' decision as to whether they want to go to a blue model or not, because students have been learning online with Mrs. Smith all year. Mrs. Smith is going, let's say for this example, Mrs. Smith is staying with the in-person teaching in the school building. A different teacher would be named as the virtual teacher for all of third grade for Garrett County. So the students moving to blue could experience a change of in teacher. It could happen the other way too, possibly. We would know more when we were closer to standing this model up. But that was a very good question, and I'm sure one that people would want clarified.
Again, do they remain in blue for the duration of the school year once they've chosen that option? Is there an option to move back to in-school instruction, or are they frozen in blue?
In our original recovery plan, we had suggested that they would have the option at the end of a marking period. That would be one thing. Another thing would be if a student were in the blue model and not performing well, not participating in class, then we would make the decision to move them back in. So it is somewhat flexible, but we wouldn't want somebody moving from green or yellow to blue because they're going on vacation this week and they want to just take the blue model, take their computer and go on vacation. We would want to have legitimate reasons for moving in and out.
Mrs. DeVore.
Go ahead.
This is Rodney. So it looks like, with looking at historical data, there's close to 50 children that are in the third grade. Can one teacher handle that many students?
I believe that's going to be our expectation. Dr. Miller, do you want to speak to that?
Well, we obviously would need to look at how we're going to structure that learning with that number of students. The guidance that we've been given at MSDE is that in this type of model where our teachers are delivering the instruction, 20% of the time minimum has to be synchronous. So we have a lot more flexibility in how we can structure learning, and we can certainly build a schedule that would allow for fewer students on the screen on a rotation basis. But we absolutely anticipate that we would have to adjust groupings and how we're structuring the schedule for students to have smaller, more intimate time with their teacher. It wouldn't be a situation where all 40 or 50 students would be on at the same time. We'd have to build a schedule that would accommodate for smaller group size, and there would be asynchronous work that would also be expected of the Blue students.
Yeah, but if I was a teacher and I had a third grade cohort of 50 students, then I would much rather be teaching a grade that only had like 20. Wouldn't that be less work if you had 20 than 50?
It would be less work in the grading component as far as assignments and tracking all of the management piece. Planning, I think you're going to plan. You probably would be able to save time there. And we can certainly discuss making it two groups. It will just obviously have implications as far as budget or restructure implications in order to make that happen. In our early conversations, we've been trying to troubleshoot it and how can we structure it in a manner in which it would be manageable for the teacher. If we're not able to get to that point, then we would have to look at other alternatives.
And again, this is a snapshot. It could change. These numbers could change drastically based on some of the factors that we're sharing this evening.
I have a question for either Dr. Miller or Ms. DeVore, whoever would like to or would be best suited to answer it. My question would be about K through 8 teachers, for example, at Swan Meadow, who have both elementary and secondary students. How would they transition to this, and how would the students transition?
Based on our preliminary data, we maybe have 1 or 2 students at Swan Meadow who would be interested in a virtual only model. So we would personalize the instruction if we needed to. And because Swan Meadow has the numbers that it has right now, I think if a student would move from Blue into Swan Meadow, they would personalize and individualize in order to get them where they need to be in order to fill in right with their class. And also to follow up on that, 6th through 8th at Swan Meadow would follow the secondary model.
All right, thank you.
So just to give you a little bit of background, some of the options that we considered for establishing the Blue model were reassigning our existing teachers as virtual only teachers, having elementary teachers teach hybrid, and hiring long-term substitutes. So reassigning the existing teachers obviously would be most disruptive to families, schools, teachers, students, actually all the stakeholder groups. Another really big implication is the Title I comparability and the effect that it could have on that. This model also results in the classroom, could result more in a classroom teacher change for in-person students, as well as the virtual only students. And it could likely result in some involuntary moves if we got into a situation where we were reassigning. It would make for larger class sizes in a year when learning has been interrupted, changed, and the value of having smaller groups to close the learning gaps is increasingly valuable. So this wasn't really, after long discussion with our administrative group, something that we thought would benefit our stakeholders. Most importantly, our students and secondly, our teachers. The second option for having the elementary teachers teach in hybrid, again, we've touched on that throughout. It's a very difficult model based on the reasons that we cited earlier. All learning would have to exist in both platforms, and it's just not developmentally friendly for our young learners. It requires extensive time to produce learning in all of these settings. The third option that we looked at, the long-term certified teachers, it minimizes the disruptions and allows us to invest in our future, which we will kind of go into on the next few slides. It can support a RED model fulfilling the critical need of providing instruction when elementary teachers cannot deliver instruction. For example, if we have teachers who are out ill, or we have struggling learners where we need extra help, if we've got these people on board, we can disseminate them as needed. Just to give you an example, we had a teaching principal one day last week who wasn't able to join in an administrative meeting because that principal had to take the duties of teaching his classes and the classes of 2 other teachers who weren't available to teach that day. So having these long-term subs trained and on board would be a benefit system-wide. So in looking at like who would we be looking at for these positions, we want to definitely tap into our partnership with Frostburg State. We are partners with them in a master's in teaching program. We've got interns on board now. Frostburg State would be looking at graduating, hopefully, a new crop of teachers in December. And we would like to maybe increase our relationship with them and see if some of them would be interested. We'd be able to maintain our collaboration with the student's home school to access the support services and administrative needs. So by saying that, students will stay on their home school roles even when they're in the virtual grade classroom. Then it would help us collaborate with the grade level teachers countywide. And we really anticipate an intensive onboarding training program to prepare these teachers for success. And we've outlined that in the next slide. Now, this is very obviously very, very tentative, but this is kind of gives you an idea of the timeline that we would be looking at to bring these people on board. We have the positions posted now. We would be looking at interviewing later this month and notifying the successful candidates the following week. Then we would be looking at beginning our training right at the beginning of the new year and holding an orientation event for the virtual only students. Then we would be in a position to launch our blue model and our yellow model at the same time on the first day of the second semester. And again, all very tentative, all based on the metrics that are going on at the time, but we have to put something to paper to be able to follow a timeline. So this is what we would be proposing tentatively. This blue model with virtual only teachers does have some budget implications. We, again, based on the conversation we just had, we'd be looking at hiring approximately 7 teachers and be looking at just under $100,000 budget impact. The equipment and materials we would need, we would be able to leverage some of the ESSER money, the CRF supplemental grant for equipment and materials. We do have some existing salary savings from unfilled positions for the 2021 school year that we've been kind of holding on to see what the needs of the system were. And so some of that would be absorbed through this. And again, looking at our short-term timeline, by starting the second semester, it allows us to move forward with the plans and come back to the board on our next scheduled board meeting is January 12th. So looking at this short-term timeline, we would have from now until we come back to the board on the 12th to solidify our proposal down to one option. In doing so, we would be surveying our stakeholders, our teachers, our parents, our staff members, and we would be in a position to have a more specific discussion about it on January 12th. And then we would have 2 weeks after the January 12th board meeting to actually implement the plan for the first day of the second semester, January 27th. Again, completely contingent on the metrics.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm going to open it up now for any questions. I'm trying to see everybody and I've not been able to figure that out yet. So in the absence of seeing everyone, those of you that have questions, just go ahead and chime right in.
While you're thinking of your questions, to summarize, I want to say one last time, the decision has been made yet, that we have to look at this with long-term and short-term timelines. We have to consider the metrics at both the county level and at the GCPS staff level. We have identified some challenges to our current model. We've proposed some considerations for enhancing the yellow model. We've proposed some considerations for establishing a blue model, and we've offered recommendations, a potential timeline, and budget implications for staffing of virtual only teachers for the elementary teachers. We look at needing our next steps being to gather additional input from our stakeholders, possibly needing to make some of those changes to the yellow and or the blue model. And as I said previously, presenting our recommendations at the January 12th board meeting and hopefully implementing beginning on January 27th.
Okay, once again, if there are questions specific to the plan that's outlined, that certainly still needs a lot of work. I hope everybody watching understands that there are a lot of work to still go into this plan, especially from the stakeholders and individuals and the people that will be a part of the decision process. But if there are questions by board members that are specific to any elements of the plan, please indicate, Rodney.
One question in the plan, in the return to the class presentation that we just saw, we looked at hiring these 7 substitute teachers, and I think the timeline was now to actually do the advertising and that type thing. So it sounds like you've decided on going down that route of doing 7 or doing the hiring, or are you just going to advertise and try to see if there's any applicants out there, and then come back to the board for a decision on that at a later date? Somebody want to answer that?
I can speak to that. That timeline is very loose. And if we were in the perfect world and we knew exactly that we were going down that lane, then obviously it would be in our best interest to move quickly, but it is very loose. And I personally feel that we are going to have to make a decision on how we want to enhance the yellow to determine how we're going to address blue, and vice versa. They go together. So we certainly don't want to fully commit to hiring blue teachers if our yellow model is going to be a hybrid learning model at the elementary level as well as secondary. So they are interchangeable. They have to go together. So we have to make a concrete decision on yellow, in my opinion, as far as how we want to move that. But we have to have the option for blue, because that can change what yellow could look like too. So we're trying to build both at the same time, but they do have to work together. But we're going to have to make some decisions before we actually put people on contracts, in my opinion. But if we wait too long to even advertise, we're going to lose our window of being able to gather applicants.
Makes sense.
Other questions? Monica?
Thank you. Yes, I have several questions, but I'm going back and forth through two because we had one, then we received one today with changes. So I have notes on both of my papers. When we look at the models, the one question I have, first off, is we had students that months ago, the parents or guardians said they would have their children or child remain virtual the entire school year. And then we had some that would come to school. So will there be a time in this time frame where principals or teachers, someone will contact the parents to see if it has changed, if they maybe was going to be virtual, now they don't want to be virtual when the time comes to go back to school?
Absolutely. That's a very good question. And we definitely want to do that, but we want to do that with the best, we want to provide the parents with the best information we have so that they can make the decision. We don't want to do it now because what might be this, it might be that, it might be that. We need to come up with what our recommendation is going to be. And then we will be doing some semblance of a survey to get a feel for what the majority of people would like to see. Maybe we use those 4 examples that we just shared. Maybe we tweak each one a little bit to get an idea of what we're going to put out there. But then when we survey parents to say, are you going to keep and we're going to do that at the school level, we're not going to do that at the county level. Are you going to keep your child in blue or move them back to yellow with the anticipated reentry date of January 27th? We'll get that information then. But we want to be able to tell them some of these differences, because it's just like we said when we went into yellow this past time. It wasn't because of Schoology, because of a multitude of other things. It wasn't going to be the same as it was last spring, and it hasn't been. It's been much improved since last spring, but we're trying to notch that up a bit again to get closer to what we consider optimal learning environments. And so we want to give the parents the best information we can give them when they're making that decision.
Another consideration that we might add to that is obviously we're going to have to do an enrollment for that if that's the route we go, but polling people right now without the information specific to what exactly blue will look like and when it's actually going to go into effect may be a little premature. Right now, our metrics are so high that could potentially influence families to want to go blue. Whereas if we let our metrics settle to a point where we think we actually can implement a yellow, I think we're going to get a more accurate read of what our families want to do. Send their children back to school or keep them. We do anticipate that there will be some families who have been blue. They will stay blue. They're not going to change their opinion on that. They've been a blue family for the entire school year. However, I think if we would do the enrollment right at this moment with the current metrics, I could see our numbers possibly being higher because of the situation. I don't think people that were blue before are going to change their mind, but if they were yellow before and they're worried about the metrics, they may choose blue right now, which may not be in our best interest if it's not going to be accurate for when we're going yellow. Does that make sense?
It does. The question is that they will get a choice to make when the information is presented. That's the key. I do have a couple other questions. On the new proposed draft that we got today, it says about our state requirements, average of 3.5 hours synchronous learning per day. My question is, okay, if you have it 5 days a week, what if you only, when you do your A-B cohort, does that mean that all students have to get 3.5 hours synchronous learning the same day, or can it be different pods of students getting that learning?
It's an average per week. It's an average for the week.
So if a student might have 6 hours one day, or that could be broken down, you averaged out, that could be the 3.5 hours a week. If you did 7 hours a day is what it amounts to then.
Right. So if you take the ABABA model, the A student, if you calculate a day at 7 hours, the A student over the course of 2 weeks would have 5 full days of in-person learning. And if you divide that by 10 total school days, you would get exactly 3.5.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt when you were talking, so that's why I got to turn from page to page my questions. Okay, what if during this time here there happened to be, when we're back in school and you have the AB cohort, what if there's a 2-hour delay? What would happen? Or if schools had to be canceled, do we know anything pertaining to that yet?
We do not. We're working on some guidance from the Maryland State Department of Education on what we can and cannot do, moving to a red model if we need a snow day. We're hoping we get clarification on that. Right now, of course, we don't have to worry about it as far as buses running. But we hopefully by the January meeting, that would be another thing that we would be able to incorporate into that meeting, was some better options that we have for delays and closings and early dismissals.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
As far as a 2-hour delay or an early out, that would be a little bit easier, a little bit smoother to handle, because we would be on full days. And all schools already have those schedules already built for 2-hour delays, 3-hour early dismissal. They're already on the books.
Okay, so the AB cohort would be a full day of school then, correct?
Yeah, that's everything that we're recommending is moving to a full day.
Okay. What happens when you go to the cohort where Wednesday is not asynchronous? Currently, isn't that like a day for staff development, professional development, and teachers to do lesson plans with uninterrupted time?
Right. And we even in the models that we're testing the waters with, those 4 options, we are not taking the Wednesday out immediately. And in some cases, not at all. We're leaving the asynchronous Wednesday in. We're going to work with our teachers on that, and we're going to follow the needs of the system overall in doing that. Wednesday would be the last thing that we would give up.
Okay.
We realize that we're asking a lot of our teachers. We feel like there's a light at the end of the tunnel if our elementary teachers are not in a position of having to plan for 4, 5, 6 different subjects online and in person. That planning reduces significantly when you separate the blue from the yellow/green.
Okay. I guess the concern from an elementary standpoint with where they would go 5 days in 2 weeks, whether it be 3 one week or 2 the next week. So 2 to 3 days a week would be, the student would be home. So with this, they would have more screen time. Is that correct?
That's a
Or
very
would it
good
be-
question, and I didn't really address that in this slide, but we are recommending that a majority of the asynchronous learning would be off screen. And again, that's going to be left up to the teacher, but we're recommending that a lot of it be off screen. That would be a lot easier to do in the ABAB model, because the student would come in on Monday and the teacher would send home the Tuesday activities, and vice versa. Then the next day she'd send home the activities for the B group. So that's why the drastic change to ABAB, even at the secondary level, that would be, the student would be seeing the teacher every other day.
And Mrs. Rinker, I will say, the middle school principals did bring that up with me, and I shared that with the lead team yesterday. The concern of screen time as we elongate the days and so on and so forth. It's a concern that we'll have to put some thought into to mitigate, for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. I guess
Hey, Monica,
another, yes.
I just want to clarify something.
Mhm.
When you're not at school, if you're in an A group or B group, and you're on the screen for 2 hours or 1 hour or whatever you decide, doesn't that count towards that 3.5? So if you're doing 5 hours one day, 3 days a week, and then you have 2 hours, that'll help you actually get that average 3.5 on it.
Yes, but that is also requiring teachers to do both. So one of the things we need to do at the elementary level is really do a data dive and actually get raw data on how teachers truly feel about doing a hybrid model and whether or not there's a feasibility to that, particularly with grades 1 through 5. But I think we need to poll them all to get that raw data. Because yes, you're right, Mr. Glotfelty, if they do any type of synchronous learning, hybrid teaching on their away day, it does count. But one of the advantages that we're trying to get to by doing the every other day model is that the teachers would not be required to do both in that model. They could choose to send supplies and materials home along with extensions to the lesson. They could choose to post some asynchronous lessons on Schoology if they so chose that to be appropriate. But we also have talked about them having the latitude, if it made sense, if it was appropriate for the lesson, for them to allow their away students to join synchronous. The real difference here is that in our last yellow model, the hybrid learning that was occurring where teachers were doing both face-to-face and virtual at the same time, when that was occurring, it was voluntary and it was where it made sense and the teachers they felt comfortable with it. It was not mandatory. They had the option to reteach those other students at another time, and we built that into the schedule, especially depending on the development of the child. So it really comes down to, which direction do we want to go with this? Because if we say we're going to count it as hours, then it has to happen. If we say it's going to be voluntary, then it definitely could be icing on the cake, but we can't necessarily count it as our state hours if it's going to be voluntary.
Okay. That's difficult.
As we were just talking, I thought of another question pertaining to that. When you said, say the student would be in school on Monday, the teacher would send their work home for them for Tuesday, which sounds good, but considering we've already went to school all September, October, November, and we're in December, and I guess I'm concerned with the elementary kids that are used to seeing a teacher face-to-face, well, not literally face-to-face, but on their device right now. They might not feel comfortable that they can do that work on their own on the days that they're not in school. I guess it still would be virtual. Well, no, we would have the teachers have students A and B. So the teacher would send work home with them. So that might be a concern that some parents might bring up, that their child will have to reprogram them again, I guess.
Yeah, it absolutely is a concern. And there are, in my estimation, the longer I've worked with this and heard different lenses and different people and different ideas, right now, yellow is so challenging. It is just not a friendly model for anybody at all. So it doesn't matter which way we go with this. There's going to be concessions that we're going to have to make, and they're going to be very difficult decisions. But if we're going to have our students in the buildings, at least on a portion of the time, we're going to have to go one direction or the other. Either they're going to have more screen time, or they're going to be away and parents are going to have to help them. So it's a give and take no matter which direction we go, unfortunately, unless we wait until we can go green. But in that case, I don't know if this was brought up, but I'm going to throw in a pitch for secondary. That model for green that was discussed, one of the critical key components to that model was the ability for us to bring in our most at-risk groups of students that are not performing well at all, and being able to put something in place for them. So that's another consideration that we have to figure out in all of this. And it's just a very complex, it's a complex issue.
And thank you for bringing that up, Dr. Miller. I know you guys are tired of hearing me talk about that at every meeting that we're in, but that has to be a major consideration at the secondary level to be able to get some of those kids back face to face as soon as possible.
Pending metrics.
Yes.
Mrs.
I have.
I had a question.
Finish, Monica. I think Charlotte has a question as well, but you
That's fine. Let her talk, then I'll ask more.
As I look, I mean, like you just got through saying, the yellow is a nightmare, no matter how you look at it, because we're already getting folks commenting on the fact that every other day is going to be, how are they going to handle that with babysitters? That's been the thing all along. Is it's important when we've got the kids, but it's also important that they're in care when they're not with us. And to have an every other day babysitting situation, just, please look at that again. And please, like you said, we have got them now 2 days and then skip the day. Plus, how is the cleaning? What you're going to have to do is you're going to have a different group of kids in every other day. So, that was a big concern, that we were bringing them the 2 days and then spending the 1 day to clean, but it was the same group of kids. So you're going to have different germs every day of the week.
So we're absolutely going to have to address the cleaning piece. There would have to be deep cleaning daily, which we would have to engage Mr. Weslowski in that to determine feasibility. But I would also direct your attention to option 2, because we did know that childcare was going to probably be a major issue on the rotating basis. That was a challenge that came up very quickly. That is a lot of what directed us into option 2, that still allows for an every other day face-to-face with their teacher, but it locks the day in for the parent. So on Monday and Thursday, if your child is an A student, they're locked in. They're always a Monday, Thursday student. So you get the benefits of the every other day, but you lose some of the negative complications that might occur with parents and childcare. The only thing would be is if a parent has locked in specific days for an entire year or something like that, then there could be a complication there. But that was why option 2 surfaced, was due to the concern of our stakeholders with parents and childcare.
We want to hear from them going forward. What's the best option?
Right, I think that's very important.
Monica, go ahead and finish.
With the way we had before we all became back to virtual, you went Monday and Tuesday or Thursday and Friday. So with it being different, 3 days a week or 2 days a week, would that be harder to do our contact tracing by not having the students there 2 days in a row and then none, and then having them there Thursday and Friday?
I don't think so.
Okay. And when we said possibly on the one screen showed pre-K and kindergarten, the goal is we'd like to have them back 5 days a week. Would you have to open up another class maybe somewhere, depending? I guess it would depend on how many students wanted to come.
It would depend. There would be a lot of factors that we would be looking at, and absolutely would have to be looked at individually at each school, because the space allotment in schools are different. Staffing is different at each school, but that would be something we definitely want to look at the feasibility of it.
Mm-hmm. When we had on, I'm trying to get to the page. Like I said, I'm looking at two different papers. The one we had before, then the one today that had some things different on it. It had the different options. Let's see. You had option 1, option 2, option 3. I guess this is just to understand it better. Option 3 said hire approximately 7 long-term substitutes. So that's an option. But then when I look on 2 pages in, we already have, I do believe the positions posted on our job website.
We just wanted to, in order to summarize what we've done up to this point, we wanted you to know the options that we considered.
Okay.
And quite frankly, are still considering. We have the positions advertised. We're not going to hire them until we make a decision on what we're going to do.
So it has notified the successful candidates tentatively, I would say, December 21st to December 23rd. So I guess we would know something before then, or?
Well, remember, we said this was a very tentative timeline. We wanted to get something on paper, what it might look like. We don't have the answers right now.
Okay. Well, I was just confusing with it being an option, and then we've already started moving forward. And you was talking earlier, one of my questions I had in advance was the teachers, maybe for health reasons, like to remain virtual, and you was talking a little bit about that earlier. And then Dr. Miller had addressed the chart that you had shown, projected number of virtual only students. And what it looked like, I kind of estimated, I know it's just a chart, it's just an estimation. It looked like there's about 303 students from pre-K through 5 initially that wanted to be the virtual. And then she was given discussions about if we might need more than one teacher to do each class virtual. That was one of my concerns with that number of students. Does anyone else have any other questions? While I find my other questions here real quick, they can ask them.
Other questions by anyone? Rodney, go ahead.
I just think it's really important to nail down these metrics. And I think what's in the plan right now is just preliminary. And you've said that over and over again. But how are we going to get that? I mean, I think we'd like in a month or two to have the metrics so low that we could bring everybody back in a green with some, but what should those numbers look like? And a lot of the guidelines that I'm seeing, so really at the state or federal level, they don't want to tell you this is what the number is. They say consult with your local health department. So what's the process for actually us coming up with actually what those numbers should be in the next?
Well, I would like to recommend you being the resident expert on the board. I would like to bring you in, the health department, with our regular meetings that we have with the health department. We're at a point now where some of us, I'm not necessarily including myself among that, but some of us are starting to understand the metrics a little bit better. And we have that regular meeting set with Mr. Stevens and Dr. Corder. I've proposed that we have a very small committee to get together and designate what our metrics are going to be going forward on that chart.
Yeah, I think that would help the public understand.
Absolutely.
where we're going. I mean, we had those committees set up. I thought we were participating, at least a couple of us in those meetings. So hopefully that'll happen again.
Yeah, that absolutely should be added to our next steps.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jared,
Yes, sir.
Don't take this as like a charged or a loaded question here, but last time we were brainstorming options for everything. Really, we're building a new plan. Seems like with every curve, but we had some student focus groups, some parent focus groups, lots of focus groups, but they're kind of noticeably absent from this one. Now we're not brainstorming anymore. We're kind of considering our options. Would you like to help to organize some student focus groups to give feedback on these, because there's certainly a lot of feedback out there to be had.
That's absolutely part of our plan moving forward. And we usually, when we break out into those branches, we usually have Mrs. Weslowski coordinate at the student level. She does a great job with you all on that. So we would definitely do that moving forward. We want to hear from students. We want to hear from parents. We want to hear from staff members for sure.
Yeah, Jared, I'm glad you mentioned that. I had intended to talk to Mrs. Weslowski to engage student. I think it's a great opportunity for student council to be involved and share their thoughts and represent the student body. I'm always looking for ways to engage them. This would be an excellent opportunity for that. And if there's other, as student board member, if you have other ideas of ways to engage students and share that information, I think it would be very appropriate.
Well, I'm going to talk about this later, but we are meeting in General Assembly as the Garrett County Association of Student Councils by our next meeting. So we'll be able to at least have some student council input and on how to form these focus groups. I don't think it should just be student council because, just statistically, we have like some different representation outside of the student council that we need to take into account, but more for later. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same goal with that. So thank you.
other questions, Monica? Or do you have other questions, Monica?
Yes, sorry.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Okay. Ms. Sistor, earlier you said that they are working on a handbook for the blue model for students who will be virtual 100%, which that is good to know. It's an important tool to have. When is that expected to be completed?
Dr. Miller, Dr. Mangus, Mr. Shilp, and Mrs. Weslowski are working on that. Dr. Miller, do you have a time frame, you think?
Well, we have a good rough draft already developed, and you're exactly right in hitting all of those individuals. Mr. Shilp and Ms. Weslowski were heavily involved. We had a meeting with two principals, one on the northern end, one on the southern end, to get principal feedback in a small setting, and we'll be expanding from there. That's where we're at, but we have a good rough draft.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, I think that the intention was if we were going to move in a separate blue model for the elementary level, I believe, Ms. Baker, your intention was for us to present some of that at the next board meeting, but that could have changed by now. But I think that as far as the timeline is concerned, that was the timeline that we were on.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I have one more question I see here right now. Staffing proposal for virtual only elementary teachers. And it says, one of the bullet points, collaboration with grade level teachers county-wide. I guess I have the concern when that would actually happen because like has been stated before, teachers are really on overload right now doing their job, the virtual students and the ones, I mean, everybody's virtual now, but that's a concern about, I don't think there's much extra time to get.
We will be assigning those teachers a mentor teacher at their grade level, whatever grade level they're teaching. So there would be compensation for that mentor to work with each grade level.
Mhm.
And participation in the focus groups and getting feedback from teachers, they will want to provide feedback. And it would certainly be voluntary if they, but usually what we found with virtual meetings, we don't have to worry about any kind of travel time. It really does cut down on the time commitment for a meeting. So I think teachers will want to provide input. And so I think they will want to take part in it.
Oh, okay. I guess my last comment kind of goes with that too, is when I questioned about one of the options was possibly hiring 7 people, long-term subs to do the virtual. I guess it would be, I think, positive if we could utilize staff that we already have in the school system because they're already familiar with Schoology, what else been going on. So that's like an advantage to this, I think, to the system that they could jump right in. That's my thoughts.
Okay, other questions? I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. DeVore.
I just said thank you for the
Okay.
suggestion.
Okay. Any other questions? One thought that occurred, I don't know if you've done this or not or plan to do this, but once we have decided on a platform, a format, and a method to what we're going to try to go forward with, I think it would be appropriate for us to reach out to those families whose students are no longer enrolled at the moment that might see what we're about to go with for the second semester, if that's where it lands, to see if any of those families might say, you know what, I like what they're about to do now. Maybe I'll re-enroll for the second semester. I think we should at least make that offer, either via phone or mail or in some way, so as to try to recapture some of those students back into our system. Good point. Okay, in the absence of any further questions, unless there are, I will ask this. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Woods, I don't know if you guys are interested. Mrs. Baker had asked me to bring up, because it is a part of the reopening or the transition plan, about extracurriculars, particularly at the high school level. I would just throw out for you all, we meet weekly, we being the 24 statewide athletic directors for each county. We have a Zoom chat every Friday from 9:30 to 10:30. It's actually been quite enlightening. Just to give you guys, where obviously you guys are all aware that when it comes to sports, we were one of 3 counties to choose the model that began on October the 7th. With winter sports, and to then go through our regular progression of fall, winter, and then spring. Washington County is staying in that model. Allegheny County opted to leave that model and go to the one that the rest of the state did. We opted to stay in the old model. I talked with the principals and athletic directors at length a couple of weeks ago. There is really no interest on behalf of those folks to try to change, go into a winter model if at all possible, then try to go back to a fall model and back to spring. In talking with my colleagues around the state, many counties have delayed all of their decisions until after New Year's. We were technically scheduled to start winter sports on December the 14th. I cannot in good conscience recommend that right now with where we are with everything else, and certainly not being in school, with any students. My recommendation, and talking with the athletic directors and the principals, I would like to defer that to the January meeting to see where we are. Our recommendation and agreement is we should probably close winter, or I keep confusing, close fall sports out. Golf was able to go through their whole season and complete. All of the other sports, with the exception of football, were able to play a handful of contests. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of interest in cross country and soccer in February in Garrett County, although I could be wrong. I also don't think, in listening to many of my colleagues around the state, I'm not optimistic that the majority of counties are going to do any fall or winter sports. Several counties, more than half, have already publicly stated through their boards there will be no wrestling at all. There are a couple of counties that said they will have practice for wrestling, but no competitions. There are a couple of school systems that said they will not have basketball contests. They'll have some basketball practice, but they will not have actual contests. All of the counties, for the most part, throughout the state, it seems like it's going to be standard operating procedure that for any winter sport that is played, there will be no spectators. We received, and I shared with the athletic directors last week from MPSSAA, a very detailed and actually pretty good modifications for sports, for winter sports, and the one for spring just came out, I think, yesterday or Friday. So they're trying to take the sports, the regular rules, and modify them to be more, for lack of a better word, COVID friendly. If we defer to January, and if the metrics improve enough that we could engage our students in winter indoor sports, we need 20 days of practice before we could compete. That would be the state rule. Our season and Allegheny County season would overlap by about 6 weeks. So if the metrics improved enough and we could have actual competitions, there would be opportunities to play. Washington County will be in our exact same season, so there could potentially be more opportunity there. And of course, the private schools are on their own, so there could possibly be some opportunity there as well. I'm not 100% optimistic that anybody's going to go in winter. I am very optimistic about the spring, however, and I think most others are as well. There's been a lot of talk at the state level, regardless if it's Garrett and Washington County now or the rest of the state, of bringing spring together to have more of a statewide season, and possibly, because we lost all of spring last year, maybe having some kind of playoffs at that point in time. I just wanted to give you that update. I do also want to let you know that FFA and FBLA and some of the other groups, student council groups, as Jared, I'm glad you brought that up, they are still able to meet virtually. A lot of the competitions, especially for FFA, have been, and the conferences and all those things have been turned into virtual. So students have been able to at least engage in that some in the model that we're in right now. Band and chorus, the Dr. Miller's put a lot of time in as the fine arts supervisor in working with our theater groups and some things that they can and cannot do. Northern High School's got a play coming up. Again, it's all virtual very soon. So those groups are able to do some things virtually. I will say that some counties are doing some virtual practices with athletics. I have gotten the indication that our folks are not really interested in that. I think it would be very difficult to do that in any meaningful way. But that is something that some other counties are doing. So I throw that out to you all for consideration. Again, I don't think I can honestly say without hesitation that my email box and phone is not being blown up by people saying we need to get back to extracurriculars. I think most people are cognizant of the fact that right now with the metrics, that probably is not a wise idea. I would like to look at the January meeting as the opportunity to plan forward. to see if where the metrics are, if winter sports would be possible, and then certainly see where we are as we get closer to March for spring sports. But having said all of that, I would be more than happy to try to answer any questions that anybody has in regard to extracurriculars.
Yeah, just a couple for clarification purposes for those watching, Mr. Edwards. The winter sports season, okay, as part of the 6-week, we opted not to be in the 6-week season, okay?
Correct.
We opted in the regular season, in a regular format.
Correct.
So if we were to be able to start practices sometime in January, as a theoretically, and 20 days of practice would take us to the beginning of February. When does the end of that season? When does that season end by MPSSA standards?
Our winters, see, that's a great question. Our winter season is December the 14th, I think, until March 15th, give or take. I don't have my notes in front of me, but that's a pretty close window. So we would go till roughly the beginning, early March. The other season, that competition would go mostly through the month of February, and that would be the overlap with Allegheny County that I spoke about earlier. I did talk with Andy Warner. We've got a great working relationship. I know you had a great conversation with him when it was up. He's more than willing to work with us and try to help us. And on the call with the other athletic directors across the state, they all are in support of giving some flexibility in there, that we can't play after the last play date, but we can start practice for spring sports basically anytime that we want to. We just couldn't play before the first play date or play after the last play date. But Andy, Mr. Warner, was very specific that as far as starting the season is concerned, because of the waivers that were approved at the beginning of the year, we can move in and out of practice seasons. It's just the competition dates that are what is important.
One of the discussions that we had as board members was a concern about testing those students, especially in a competition situation during where we are now. Obviously, if we were to go forward, has there been any discussions about whether or not there should be random tests applied before and after competitions with other schools?
We have not talked about that. I will tell you, in my conversations with the health department, I think that would be very difficult to have actual COVID testing done. It's been hard enough to stand that up at the county level. I'm not so sure it would be easy to do at a school level. So I don't want to say that it couldn't be done. We'd have to talk to Bob about that, but I think that would be a very tall task to implement.
I guess the reason I bring it up is as you watch collegiate sports, it's something they mandate 2-3 times a week as a method of ensuring that the people participating are not spreading to one another. So I think going forward, that's something at least we need to have a conversation with the health department about, is there availability to do at least some sort of random test occasionally to ensure the safety of our kids.
I will talk with Mr. Stevens tomorrow about that and see what the possibilities are in that regard.
Other questions for Mr. Edwards concerning extracurriculars? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, those things being said, we come to a point now where we need to get a recommendation as to how we're moving forward. Because if you recall, those of you watching, in November, the motion passed was one in which the school system would be on a virtual red until the 10th. The 10th is around the corner. So we need to decide what we're doing from this point forward and how far forward and those sorts of things. So Superintendent Baker would ask if you have a recommendation you'd like the board to take under consideration. Now would be the time to present that.
All right, thank you. Let me make sure I'm unmuted. Thank you, Mr. Edwards, for that overview. I think it's important for the public and for the board members to understand how our decision impacts other counties, how other counties impact us, and for people to know that all of us want to get back to a full in-person learning and get back to extracurriculars, but we do have to constantly be analyzing the metrics for when it's safe to do that. So I do appreciate your update. You know, we looked at what the recommended targets are for returning to in-person learning. And as Mrs. DeVore said almost at the beginning of the presentation, we're miles from that right now. I mean, it is a long way, and we need to analyze it over a period of time as well, so that we see it going down consistently, not just a one-day, snapshot. So unfortunately, and I know we've read and talk to parents that there are parts of virtual learning that are very frustrating for our youngest learners, for our students with disabilities, for several groups of kids. But unfortunately, tonight, I do need to recommend that we stay fully virtual until the end of the semester. And my recommendation for the end of the semester is so that when we come back on the 12th, we can discuss things like, as Mr. Edwards said, we can discuss, how athletics could possibly move forward. But we wouldn't make any decision of bringing kids back until the 20th, after the 26th, so that parents can plan, so that we get through Christmas. And, philosophically, we've talked about the possibility of having practices or extracurricular activities. But when our kids aren't in person learning, I think this board and certainly with my recommendation has been consistent that unfortunately we don't have extracurricular activities at the same time until we have our kids back in person. It's not safe for them to come in to learn. It's not safe for them to come in to play or to practice. So I think I would like to recommend that we stay fully virtual, no changes to the format. This will give us more than 6 weeks to find the focus groups, Garrett, poll our teachers. I understand there's already folks talking. We will have formal ways that we get feedback from folks. We understand that there is no perfect model except for Monday through Friday back to learning the way that we all want it to go, that we want to get back to. But unfortunately, the numbers just don't support it tonight. And we really have to be cognizant of how our decisions impact all of our staff. And I think by saying until the end of the first semester, that gives our teachers some target dates for knowing, how far in advance they need to plan for virtual instruction. And of course, it would be no athletics either. We could start discussing athletics at the meeting in January on the 12th, but we wouldn't implement anything changing instructionally until after the first, the end of the semester date. That's my recommendation.
Probably hear me better now. You've heard the recommendation from the superintendent that she is recommending that we remain in a virtual only learning model without athletics and sports until at least the last day of the first semester, which presently is January 26th of 2021. Before we have discussion, we'll need to see if there is a motion and a second to adopt that. So I will entertain a motion at this point in time, if there is one.
I'm making a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation.
Okay, it's been moved by Matthew that we accept the superintendent's recommendation. A second?
I'll second.
Second by Rodney. We can now have discussion. Any discussion items by any of the board members concerning the recommendation, or the motion rather? Rodney?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you buzzed in. Okay,
And buzzing in and out all night.
Monica?
I understand with the metrics being so high, why Ms. Baker's saying till nothing changes till January 26th if something would change. But part of me says that's 7 weeks away. I know we have a week off for the holidays, so that's like 6 weeks to school. A lot could happen in that time frame. Like it could pray and hope that it gets better, but it could be the same. The numbers could get worse. To me, that's a large time frame to make a decision, I think.
Okay. Any other comments, discussion? Okay, let me read the motion one more time. It's been moved that we remain in virtual only learning model without athletic sports until at least the last day of first semester, which presently is January 26, 2021. That is the motion on the floor.
Mr. Wood,
Yes.
also it included all extracurricular, not just athletic.
Yeah, you're right. I probably should phrase that all extracurricular activities. So let me rephrase that so that it's accurate. So move that we remain in a virtual only learning model, better known as RED, without extracurricular activities until at least the last day of the first semester, which is currently January 26th, 2021. That is the motion. Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, nay.
Nay.
And the motion carries 3-1. That will be moving forward at this moment in time.
Thank
I
you
have
very
one
much.
question.
Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Pardon me?
Oh, I just had a question for clarification, but Ms. Baker will speak. We'll let her speak, then maybe she's going to say what I was going to ask.
No, I was actually just saying thank you. So I'll hear your question.
Okay. So at our upcoming meeting in January, there'll be a discussion, is that correct, about possibly the end of January after the 26th, if it looks like we will remain virtual or if anything will change. Is that correct? So then if there is any changes, then that will allow it 2 weeks to make it so people have time to make any adjustments. Is that correct?
That's correct. The idea was that by meeting in January, the 12th, that if metrics are favorable, we would have a 2-week leave period to work with all the stakeholders, our teachers, families, everyone involved, to set a date in which we would try to move to a yellow or a green model, depending on the metrics. We would also at that point in time on the 12th talk about moving forward with our extracurriculars. What kinds of things can we do to move towards working with those students, be it virtual or be it face-to-face at a later date. But at the moment, the motion that passed says that there will be no extracurriculars face-to-face until we get out of the RED model.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure for the staff that are watching, we have heard that the decisions, that impact our staff, we really do consider those. Sometimes, we do have to make decisions based on the metrics quickly, like we did last month. But I want to make sure that the public understands that we will be discussing on the 12th, but we will not be changing the instructional model at all until the end of the first semester.
Correct.
We will have discussion, of course, on the 12th, but we will not be changing that that night, unless something's really bad.
Charlotte.
Yes, I want to just take an opportunity to remind you that this is going to elongate the time that the kids are going to be out that are not getting anything online. So my plea is to please, when you're looking at the models on how you're going to bring the kids back, also look at a model as how we can do more outreach and try to do what we can, because this is a really long time.
You're absolutely right. You are absolutely right.
Yeah, I think it's certainly important for everyone to remember that 7 weeks ago, no one would have ever said to us in Garrett County that we would have these kinds of numbers. We were all thought we're going to stay in that 3, 4, 5%. We're going to have, 11, 12 cases per 100,000. We're going to slide through this thing relatively unscathed. And we now see how dynamic the pandemic really is. I mean, it's the triangle of Mineral, Allegheny, and Garrett counties are as bad as it is in America, not just in these states, in America.
Yeah.
I mean, it is extremely contagious at the moment. So we'll do our best and pray for the best and wear a mask, wash your hands, stay apart. Hopefully in a month or so, we'll say the worst is over.
You know, Mr. Woods, just real quick before we move on to the next topic on the agenda, I just really want to thank Mrs. DeVore for her work on the presentation. You know, there was a tremendous amount of meetings and collaboration between the lead team and the cabinet team, and just want to thank her entire team for putting that presentation together with the options to consider, and thank them for their work. And we'll keep working on collaborating and finding out, you know, some ways we can try and enhance our virtual models and anything else moving forward. But I just wanted to make sure to thank that whole team.
Mrs. Baker, I appreciate that, but honestly, the bulk of that work was with the other three people on this screen, Dr. Miller, Dr. Mangus, and Mr. Edwards. Thank you.
And thanks to the three of you, of course.
Yeah, I think we all understand what a daunting task that you have. I mean, it is. I mean, it's amazing how 1 week can change all of our thoughts to a different direction, and therefore change everything that we worked on the week before. Doesn't look good the next week. So thank you all for the hard work, and certainly all the teachers and assistants and cafeteria staff, custodial staff, and everybody who's working under the most difficult conditions. Monica, you had a question?
Yes, so to make sure to sit on this proposal that was just showed to us, it's just, I guess it's a guiding document that we was just discussing earlier. Mr. DeVore was given the presentation. I guess they're still getting input from principals and staff. Is that correct? That was stated. And then I did forget to say one thing real quick. When we looked at the AAB cohort, when students are invited to go back, middle school and high school, it is accurate to say that when the students would be invited back, if they chose to go back, they would be face-to-face with their teacher. Is that correct?
On whichever AB we end up with.
But I mean, for middle school and high school, if they would go back to school when the AB cohort, they would actually go to the classroom and switch from class to class. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. If we go back in the yellow model, they would be percolating through their classes and their schedule. Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, moving forward, we are now going to listen to our student members report. Garrett, you have the floor.
Well, thanks very much. I can only echo the sentiments of all the hard work, and especially echo the sentiment of it's a daunting task, what we're all faced with here. And I appreciate all the hard work that's gone in. Hope to continue to be a part of it. SMOB report. Well, at the last SMOB report, Mrs. Seabold made a point of recommending that we explore the issue of small voting rights and SMOB scholarship. Now, I took it upon myself to do some research, some fact finding. I'd like to share with you the results of that research. Now, this data is coming from the Maryland Association of Student Councils and the Maryland State Board of Education. And I should preface this with some context. The 23, 24 SMOBs in Maryland, we all have a very, very close relationship, group chat, you know, text every day. So this data is up to date, and it's been confirmed for the most part with the current SMOB from that region. So on the issue of voting rights, the data I want to present to you, a majority, that's 63% of Maryland's student members have at least an opinion vote. That is out of 24 jurisdictions, not including the state board, which has full voting rights, obviously. So 3 counties and the state board have full or nearly full voting rights on every issue, and that's a vote that's politically equal to an elected board member. 5 counties have partial voting rights, which that's defined as equal voting rights to a full member, except on certain issues that are defined in the legislation, in the law. And 7 counties have student members with recorded opinion votes, and that's voting verbally at the same time as the other members that's recorded in the minutes, which leaves 9 counties, including our own, in which the student member has no voting rights. On the issue of the scholarship that Mrs. Siebold brought up, whatever you want to call it, compensation, however you want to call it, only 3 counties, Montgomery, Carroll, and Baltimore County, disclose giving any form of financial compensation to their student member, and the average award being about $2,900, but that's a wide range from 100 in one county to 5,000 in one county. So those numbers are hard to average there, you know. Other forms of non-monetary compensation include documented service hours and or a social studies high school credit. I thought those were 2 really great ideas to consider in the future. In general remarks, I will sneak in some unsolicited opinions here. Increasing SMOB suffrage has been a priority of the SMOBs as a whole, as well as the Maryland Association of Student Councils. Every opportunity that I've had to speak with them at MABE training and whatnot, it's been, you know, how are we moving this year? And I'd personally expect to see a wide shift towards more student power this year. And if you're looking for something to name any award or scholarship after, I'd recommend the Charlotte A. Siebold Fund, or whatever you want to call it. But I would recommend that based on her being her idea and 30 faithful years of service. I've also researched and understand many concerns involving the increased political power of students, including unsolicited or undue lobbying or solicitation. And after considering this, my recommendation would be, I'll sneak it in here. First, we transition from no voting rights to a recorded opinion vote on all issues voted on in public session. Moving on from there, completely different issues now. School-wide elections, I've been teasing this for several months now. They were a huge success. We saw the highest voter turnout in any school election that was not, you know, mandatory voting. So that was very exciting. The results were tallied instantly by a computer, obviously, with electronic voting. And all schools except for Southern Middle School, it seems to be a bit of a problem with their student council I'd look into. Otherwise, all schools councils are up, elected, and they're adapting their priorities and agendas based on what we do tonight and the next meeting and the next meeting and the next meeting. I can share any data with any of our. I've been provided with the calendars for the councils, and we are moving on to GCASC as our next priority. Our first virtual assembly will be by our next meeting. That will be for the election of officers, setting a calendar, and priorities we'd like to take on this year. I've already mentioned this, but I'd like to propose the formation of student focus groups as we consider our reopening decisions. And I would like to participate in them and help organize really a diverse group of students across the county. That's all I have for you tonight. I thank you all very much for your attention. I'll field certainly any questions.
Questions for Jared? Yeah, I think, Jared, you hit on a couple of great topics, obviously. The first being the opinion voting rights. I think that is a very logical first step for this board to look at. I think to ask our student board member to be engaged to the extent that each of us are expected to be engaged, certainly your opinion does matter. And a recorded opinion would matter, I think, to students to see that, you know, that you are upholding and talking for them. Secondly, I do like the idea of your scholarship. And I think that's something that we will be working on in the future. Mrs. Siebold will be back with us again this spring sometime when the pandemic relaxes a little bit. So we'll go down that road at the proper time. Rodney?
Question for an attorney. Brandon, do we have the ability to do that as a board ourselves, or do we have to have any other county, local government or approve voting rights for a student?
Mr. Gladfeldy, I'd need to look into that. It's not a topic I've researched before, but I'll be happy to get you an opinion.
You know, Jared, in your research, have you? it's kind of a local decision, but I'm not sure how you set up the Board of Education by county law, right? Or it's state law.
Yeah, I think it might have to go through General Assembly if it's a full voting rights, but I don't know about like the opinion.
Yeah, for the opinion, it might be an easy thing to do for the opinion. And then the scholar, we set that up too.
Yeah, I think the opinion would just be local. It's just, it shows, whether they're a yay or a nay, but it actually recognizes the fact that they've spent the time to study what we're voting on, the topic, and gives them the opportunity. If it was a vote that was counted, then it would have to go further, as far as I know.
Yeah.
My guess is an opinion vote is probably just a policy that we would need to enact as a part of our policies governing our board meetings.
That's consistent with my research as well. Many small positions aren't even established in state law, especially the ones that don't have full voting rights. It's just established in county policy how they're appointed or elected. So I think, well, obviously, I'm not a Juris Doctor. There's only one of us in the room, but
I can answer that question too at one of my MAID meetings too. Maybe they could give us some direction on that.
Well, I thought you were answering that as a Juris Doctor. When he said there was only one.
I thought maybe he was going to tell us he had that too.
I thought maybe he's been doing things in retirement that we didn't know about.
Yeah.
Jerry, thank you very much. We appreciate your time, your effort, and your reports. Monica, go ahead.
You're muted there, Mrs. Rinker.
Okay. I don't have a question, but I just want to say thank you, Jared, for researching that and giving us all the numbers and the percents, the ones that have the voting, the opinion voting, and the voting right. Thank you.
I can forward that to you guys for future
Okay.
reference.
Thank you. That'd be much appreciated.
Mr. Woods?
Yes.
Mr. Woods?
Yes.
Before we move on, I think I don't think we only have one topic left, but a little birdie just told me that Mr. Miller was selected as the student page for the General Assembly this year. Is that correct?
That is a bit of relevant personal news. Yeah, I received that news this morning.
Congratulations. Very nice. You will really enjoy that. I know previous pages have come back and just raved about the experience. So congratulations. I think that's great.
The only problem is, Jared, you have to do it from Hagerstown with social distancing.
Yeah, the whole thing is going to be different this year, but you'll still enjoy it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Woods.
Okay, thanks. Member board reports. Are there any? I do have one. I'll lead off. We did have our Garrett GCPS Foundation meeting yesterday, and probably the only thing that came out of that is that the foundation is going to offer 10 mini grants to teachers. Each of the mini grants will be a value of $250. The grants can be used for virtually anything having to do with instruction of their classes, in ranging from field trips to buying materials to whatever that teacher may deem possible. The grants will be a time limit to submit them. There'll be a committee that will choose the 10. At the moment, the foundation has taken a position that it's kind of a moot point at the moment. But as soon as we get back in school instruction full time, they'll make those grants available to teachers to apply for. And the hope is that there'll be 10 each year. And the hope is that as more money is put into the foundation, there'll be 15, 20, 25, 30 grants every year as money is approved. So the foundation is doing very well. They hoping that they'll be able to help the school system more and more each year. Any other things going on?
I was on the May budget committee meeting, so we had approved and recommended a budget that I think Rodney's group now will have to totally approve for the board of directors, but it will be. We're recommending no increases in dues this year, so hopefully that will go through.
Okay. How should I think?
Keep it like it is, man.
Okay.
Yeah, we're very fortunate that we have two of our board members in very strategic positions on MABE, which is certainly very helpful to us to get things firsthand and have input into the decision-making process. So thank you both for being a part of that.
And I'd like to just say thanks to Charlotte as well. We've served the longest together. So back when I was fighting for the Kitzmiller School and got to know you then, and we've developed into a friendship. Even though we didn't always vote the same, we still always had great respect and great friendship. And we will really miss you and your valuable perspective on the board. And so thank you for the time and all the fun times we've had and some of the challenging times. But it's been a lot of learning and a lot of good things that we've accomplished together too.
Yeah, Matthew reminded us yesterday that when Jason Van Sickle comes on board in January, Matthew will be the oldest member on the board, the longest serving, and also the youngest. So, anything else? Anyone for the good before we get out? I'll remind board members that we're meeting tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Karen Brewer will send out our invitation link to do our formal evaluation of the superintendent at 1. So I'll remind you to be ready for that as well. I will be taking care of those things. Get ready for that. So any other questions? Any other comments for the good? Okay, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Let me make the emotion, okay? I'd like to make the motion.
Make the motion to make a 28-year adjournment comes from Charlotte. The second should come from the longest serving member with us. Thank you, Matthew, for that. And those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Thank you so much, and we'll see you, everybody, tomorrow. Thanks. Good night.
Aye.
Tom, we're going to try and do that by Zoom, correct?